Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first. 3-year-olds and up, $16,000 the claiming price. 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering started the early pick 5. Track fast, turf good today. No changes in the first race. And post time coming up in 6 minutes.
Solid-looking group of $16,000 claimers that will be running here in 5 minutes, 6.5 furlongs. The one making quite an appearance out here, Light of the World, the son of Bernardini, who takes the big drop down in class, also cuts back in distance. He's won at sprint distances like this in the past. In fact, won 2 races in a row at Churchill in June of 2019 with not a lot of space between them. So recent form at Ellis is good enough to think that he can run big here at 6-1. That's another thing that's impressive is the price that you're getting on this gelding. He looks well enough out on the racetrack as well. Light of the World at 6-1, continuing with his warm-up. The number 2 horse, Bourbon Native, a recent winner of 2 in a row at Belterra. Obviously, this a much more difficult spot, but horses with this kind of form you can't ignore, especially at levels like this, and they're not over-forcing the issue, running for $16,000 here today with this 3-year-old gelding as he takes on older counterparts. So another big price, 10-1. And then finally, Zevian on the outside, the number 6 horse, looked real nice and continues to in his warm-up. The son of Dialed In, a winner here at Keeneland in the past, 5-2, a good price and a good betting race to start things off. You've got to respect the Diodoro M&M Racing angle with David Cohen on the 5, but by no means is he an absolute standout over the others that are getting attention in here, and along with the one who sits at 6-1. So a good betting race, don't forget, started the early pick 5 in just 4 minutes.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. They are at the post. They're off. Ecatero, Xavion. Those two come out together from the outside. Exciting, and then Light of the World down toward the inside. Light of the World moves up, down to the rail, up to challenge for the lead. Exciting between horses. Ecatero is third, and then Xavion fourth. On the extreme outside, the front four separated by less than 1 length. And there goes Bourbon Native down toward the rail, starts to move up behind that front pack of traffic, joined by Oro de Tejano, who's last but right alongside. 23.29 seconds was the time for the first quarter. Still bunching for the lead. Ecatero far outside. Light of the World has the lead to the inside. Exciting between that pair. And Xavion fourth is caught wide around the far turn. Moves up third. Now to challenge for second. Now to challenge for the lead. Ecatero leads at a half length. Xavion tries to draw alongside. Light of the World is still there down toward the inside, but needs to respond as they move off the turn. The front two opening up. Ecatero, Xavion, side by side for the lead. They've opened up by 4 lengths at the 8th pole. Light of the World is third. Oro de Tejano is fourth. Ecatero and Xavion. What a battle to start the week at Keeneland. Xavion puts ahead in front. Ecatero tries to fight back, but Xavion is moving on by for the lead and for the win. Xavion, Tyler Gaffalione aboard for the victory. Ecatero second. Oro de Tejano was up for third, and Light of the World was fourth.
Xavion, he was hung wide, but he was able to battle on and get this victory for AJ Suited Racing Stable, Norm Cassie, and Tyler Gaffalione.
Yeah, the pace scenario didn't play out as we anticipated, Scott. It looked like everybody wanted that lead position, so unfortunately the 6 Xavion was caught wide, but in the end it didn't matter. Congratulations, Norm Cassie, AJ Suited Racing, Tyler Gaffalione with the victory, 6-5 on top in the opener.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. 6 Xavion first, 5 Ecatero second, 4 Oro de Tejano third, 1 Light of the World was fourth. 6-5-4-1 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the unofficial winner, 6 Xavion, owned by A.J. Suited Racing Stable of Justin Nicholson. The trainer is Norm Cassie. The jockey, Tyler Gaffalione. Xavion, a 6-year-old gelded son of Dialed In from Bright Orange by Bright Launch, bred in Kentucky by Hurstland Farm. 6541 unofficial. Results of the first race now official, 6-5-4-1. The official results, 6.5 furlongs, 1 minute, 16.93 seconds. Keeneland's second race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, start of the early pick 4. This race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch number 4 free. Again, scratch number 4 free. As a result of that scratch, no superfecta on race 2. Looking ahead to the third race, scratch the 4 Amos, scratch the 6 Perfect Sense, scratch the 8 Fixico. That's in the third race. Scratch the 4 Amos, scratch the 6 Perfect Sense, scratch the 8 Fixico. Fourth race has no changes at this time. Race 5, a reminder the turf is listed good. Contrary to the program, the rail is at 10 feet. Take out the also eligibles 9 cheese a deal and 10 stripping. They did not draw into the race. Fast track, turf listed good.
Race number 2, 22 minutes to post. This does start the early pick 4. Also, doubles continue to roll, as well as the pick 3s for 50 cents. This race, a $20,000 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up, which have not won 3 races or straight 3-year-olds, could have any number of victories and enter in here. Panterita is my top play, the number 1 horse who draws the rail, the daughter of Painter, who comes off of a run at Kentucky Downs against much tougher. This has everything to do with the drop in class that this filly is taking here today. The last time that they ran her in a claiming race was 3 starts ago, and she came from off the pace to win pretty convincingly there that afternoon at Indiana Grand. Prior to that was in tougher races, so it's all about finding the right level for this filly, and I feel that the connections have today with Panterita, who is currently 7-2 on the board. The number 5 horse, Lady Mackenzie, for John Ortiz, blinkers being added. This looks like this is going to be a solid level for her. You'd like to have seen a little bit better of a race for her for $10,000 at Churchill in her most recent, but he's going to add blinkers to this filly here today. She's a 2-time winner from 15 starts, and truthfully, the 10-level race at Churchill to 20 here, I don't think it's really that big of a jump up in class, especially with the competition that has entered in here in race number 2, and I think the full horse would have been a contender in here, even though she was 10-1 on the morning line. I think things get easier for this group, and right now the 5 sits as the second choice at 2-1. And then lastly, the 6 horse is double oaked for Juan Cano, a 6-year-old mare who's run 31 times. She's got 2 victories, a lot of seconds and thirds, though. That's why I use her in that third slot, rather. She'll be coming on late, you would think. We'll see if Bejarano tries to be aggressive from her or with her from that outside draw, but I think that she's outrun in this race early on. It's not an ideal post position to be coming from. I am a bit surprised that she is the 8-5 favorite right now, Gabby, but somebody had to be in a wide open race.
For sure. I wonder if she will go off as the post-time favorite, Scott. I'm surprised to see her on the board at 8-5 because I thought that Lady Mackenzie, especially with the post position here today and with the presence of the blinkers on for the first time for Johnny Ortiz, she could actually turn the tables on this favorite. And I think you're getting a fair price on Lady Mackenzie at 2-1. So the way I saw it was that, yes, she was a little bit disappointing in her last race, but she drew the rail that day and just kind of had an awkward trip. She's not fast enough to be on the lead, and she's not really slow enough to close from off of the pace. So with the blinkers on today and with an outside post position, I think she could be able to sit a more comfortable trip, similar to when she won that non-winners of 2 lifetime condition over the summer at Ellis Park. I think that's the type of race that she needs to be forwardly placed, and then she should have success from there. The number 3, Folly, she does stretch out in distance from a 7-furlong performance last time out where she showed speed and faded. I think she's a better 2-turn horse, and she could be the main pace of this race. Now, the only thing that I don't like about her is that her lone victory came, or most recent victory, I should say, came last year in September at Churchill Downs, where she was part of a very slow pace. So we'll see if the class is actually there here, and hopefully she can regroup from her subpar performance last time out. And then finally, the one Panterita. I really didn't know what to do with this filly because on her best day, and that was pretty much when we saw her recently in the winner's circle in July at Indiana Grand, she could probably win this race, but she has seemingly lost form in her last 2. One of them, the reasons could be because she doesn't like the turf, but I really couldn't make a case for why she was so bad in her race 2 starts back. So she really does have to regroup. I guess at the end of the day, I kind of like the 5 Lady Mackenzie because she is a filly that has been in form against similar competition, and the blinkers going on today might just wake her up enough to pull off a victory here today at 2-1. But the betting public landing on the 6 double oaked at 8-5 as this race does kick off that early pick 4. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. Fillies and mares age 3 and up, a $20,000 claiming price. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Double pick 3 and early pick 4 wagering. Contrary to the program, though, no superfecta. That's because number 4 free is scratched. Scratch the 4 free, no superfecta. Post time in 8 minutes.
Seven minutes to play the early pick 4 here at Keeneland Racecourse. This is with race number 2. It begins with race number 2. And we're starting with the one-horse Gabby Panterita, who's on her toes, as she gets set for her second career start here at Keeneland.
Yeah, she's going to have to turn it around, though, Scott, because she comes off of back-to-back disappointing performances. Now, her race back in Indiana Grand in July would win this. I just wonder what kind of trip she's going to get. She's a filly that closed into the pace to get the victory that particular day. I just don't know what the strategy will be from the rail. Do you like her on track today?
I think she looks fine. Yeah, I think she absolutely looks on par with all of these fillies in here. There's not one that absolutely stands out in this group, but the inside draw is going to be one thing that she's going to have to work out that trip from. She's 5-2 right now as the Coast second choice. The number 2, Spartanka, is a daughter of Street Sense. She's run 2 good races in the past here at Keeneland. She moves to a new barn for Mike Maker's operation. Obviously, she needs to get back on track here, Gabby. Her last race was not good at Churchill Downs, where she was one of the favorites.
Yeah, now she stretches out to 2 turns, Scott. It's going to be interesting how the pace plays out. The 6 Double Oaked is getting a really strong warm-up, but she doesn't really possess much early speed, whereas the 5, Lady Mackenzie, who we'll transition to right now, she gets the blinkers on today, and just from observing her in the post parade and on track, she is very much on her toes. She looks extremely sharp, Scott, and I'm wondering if that's the approach today for Johnny Ortiz, if they just want to get her into the race early. I don't know if she's going to be fast enough to be on the lead, but I think she's going to be forwardly placed, which I think will help her.
I think it will, too, and positive signs as she continues to have a nice bounce in her step as she has been out here now for this 2-minute warm-up with still 5 to warm up for race number 2. Again, race 2 started the early pick 4 coming up here at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick 4. First wire, they are at the post. They're off. There goes Lady McKenzie out for the early lead. Double Oaked on the far outside. There's Spartanka down to the inside. Spartanka moves up, takes the lead by a half length. Lady McKenzie backs off into the second position. Folly sneaks up the rail into third. Double Oaked going to drop back toward the outside in the fourth position around the first turn. And Panterita is last of the 5, 4 lengths front to back. Up front, it is Spartanka, the early leader. Spartanka leads it by 3/4 of a length. Lady McKenzie second by 2. Folly goes third by 2.5, followed by Panterita in fourth. Double Oaked alongside her in fifth as they head off the first turn onto the backstretch. 24.77 seconds for the opening quarter. Spartanka is the leader. Spartanka in front by just a half length. Lady McKenzie second by a length and a half to Folly third, a length and a half. Panterita fourth ahead. Double Oaked is still fifth on her outside as the field moves toward the far turn. First half mile went in 49.32 seconds. Spartanka has the lead. Spartanka leads at 3/4 of a length. Lady McKenzie is still there in second on the far turn. Folly is still third. Gap of 2 more. Double Oaked fourth ahead. Just outside of Panterita, midway on the turn. Spartanka, Lady McKenzie now right alongside, and Folly seeks to join that pair at the quarter pole. Moves up third, a length off the front duo as they turn into the short stretch. Then a gap of 6 back to Double Oaked in fourth, and Panterita last. Folly swings off the far turn into a short lead as Lady McKenzie is second. Spartanka drops back into third into the final furlong. Double Oaked is still far back fourth. Panterita is fifth. It is Folly chased by Lady McKenzie up the inside. Folly a short lead. Folly wins at Declan Cannon 3/4 of a length over Lady McKenzie, home second.
5-1 winner in race number 2. It is Folly for Troy Newton, the daughter of Super Saver. Second time back with this barn off of a run going 7 furlongs. Stretches out in distance nicely here today.
Yeah, we saw the number 2 Spartanka set the tempo early, and the number 5 Lady McKenzie pressed the early pace and created a good situation and a good setup for the number 3 Folly to wait patiently and get the victory. A nice price today at 5-1.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. 3 Folly was first, 5 Lady Mackenzie was second, 6 Double Oak third, 1 Panterita was fourth. 3-5-6-1 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the unofficial winner, number 3 Folly, owned by Todd and Mary Crow, trained by Troy Newton. Declan Cannon, the jockey. Folly, a 4-year-old Super Saver filly out of Treasured by Arch, bred in Kentucky by Lev and Linda Miller. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 46.9 seconds. Results of race 2, official, 3-5-6-1. Official results now for Keeneland's second race. Keeneland's third upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, start of the pick 6, no carryover. There is a carryover, though, for that first super high five jackpot of the day, $3,962. Main track is listed fast, turf listed good. In this third event, scratch the 4, Amos, scratch the 6, Perfect Sense, scratch the 8, Fixico. Again, scratch 4, Amos, scratch 6, Perfect Sense, scratch 8, Fixico. Fourth race has no changes at this time. Race 5, turf is listed good. Contrary to the program, rail is set at 10 feet. Take out the also eligibles 9 and 10. She's a deal, and stripping did not draw in. Sixth event, scratch the 10, Morgan. Also scratch 13, Atlanta. Scratch 14, Whispering Pines. Again, scratch 10, Morgan. Scratch 13, Atlanta. Scratch 14, Whispering Pines. Please note number 15, Honorable Memory, draws into the race. Seventh race, scratch the 1, Steph's Full of Sugar. Again, scratch 1, Steph's Full of Sugar. Overweight, the 4, Lexi on the Move. The jockey, 1 pound over. Eighth race, scratch the 1, Rockaberry. Scratch the 10, No Nay Now. Again, scratch 1, Rockaberry. And scratch 10, No Nay Now.
Race number 3 is 20 minutes to post. It's a group of 3 and up maidens going 6 furlongs, sprinting 3/4 of a mile, and they're in for the maiden $15,000 claiming price. This race does start the pick 6, with it being an 8-race card here today. A couple of scratches, as you can see. Even money on Feisty Bird, who we'll get to second up here in this discussion. I'm going to Dream on Me Baby as my top play in this spot. A son of Constitution for Danny Gargan and Gerardo Corrales, who was 4th at Saratoga for 20. That race is good enough to win against this group here today. They tried him once on grass up at Saratoga, didn't work out, dropped for 20, ran well enough, and now shows up here for 15 and finds a very easy spot, truly, to break his maiden in career start number 8. So 3-2, now 8-5 on Dream on Me Baby, my top selection, just based on the big drop down in class as he rears up in the paddock. That was a reaction from them tightening the girth on this 3-year-old gelding. So we'll keep an eye on him, make sure that he stays level here in the proceedings. But my second play is the 2 Feisty Bird. There's so many question marks that surround this gelding. He was claimed for $50,000 last time out, but that last race was more than 8 months ago, and claimed for 50 shows up for 15. That is a massive drop down in class. Certainly, folks are not in the business of claiming horses and dropping this drastically off of a lengthy layoff. They just must not have felt that they've got the type of horse that they were expecting to get, and that's why he shows up here for 15. If he's at even money, if he runs back to that race, he should win this one, but you just wonder, can he? Does he have it in him? The move by Mike Maker suggests that, no, he doesn't have that same sort of race, but he's probably not going to need that same sort of race to beat a group like this. It's one of these discussions that you have with yourself when handicapping, with your friends when you're handicapping. Really, what do you do here? I understand why he's favored with the drop and Mike Maker going good. Tyler Gaffalione gets the call, another positive sign for Tyler to take this call here on Feisty Bird. We'll see what happens off this 8-month layoff. Winging Ways is the third play in here. Here's a gelding that started off his career at Churchill in June, ran against one of the top sprinters that day, who just broke out with that victory in Yaupan, one of the many top sprinters that Steve Asmussen has. Ran well enough second time out. His last 2 races were okay. Those were much better horses that he was facing off against than he is here this afternoon. So when you look at races and form like Winging Ways has, you have to be forgiving, but also understand that this is a much easier spot than what he's been running at Churchill Downs in his last 2. So that's why I expect an improvement from this chestnut son of Justin Phillip. It is race number 3, start of the pick 6. Still plenty of time to get those wagers together as we're still 18 minutes to post here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race. Maidens age 3 and up, a $15,000 claiming price. 6 furlongs over the fast maiden track. Scratch the 4, a Moss. Scratch the 6, Perfect Sense. And scratch the 8, Fixico. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the pick 6. Carryover for the first Super High Five jackpot of the day, $3,962. Post time at 7 minutes.
Race number 3, 6 minutes to post as the sun comes out even further here. Temperatures on the rise over here on the front side of things. This one horse, Gran Rojo, big price at 26-1. Needs to step up his game, but based on looks, he's feeling good out there in the warm-up. He came out without a pony during the post parade and looked as well as any in here, just based on a physical appearance on this gelding. I think that one to consider. Perhaps he's just doing better than he ever has because he really looks good out on the racetrack right now. The 5 also does Dream on Me Baby, one of the horses that is getting play, the clear second choice in this race. 3-2 right now on the tote board is what he stands at. Dream on Me Baby coming out of those races at Saratoga and dropping down in class with Gerardo Corrales in the saddle. Wouldn't be surprised to see him be the pace setter in this race. I just think that based on as quick as those races were run, especially his last race was run, and where he was at, that he should be able to run a big one here at now 8-5 is what he sits at. So good race coming up, race number 3. Don't forget, this does start the pick 6 here on this 8-race card at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race. Started the pick 6.
Friday, that meeting we have in a second, I've been sending them with pads and stretching. You're doing good. They said you was that bad and you got her. Quarter.
They are at the post. They're off. Can Imagine comes right out for the early lead. Winging Ways comes away running in the second position. And there goes Samson Lee coming out of a crowd up into third as the field heads up the back stretch. Can Imagine is the leader, 3/4 of a length. Samson Lee goes second. Winging Ways is tucked away third to the inside. Smart Call, fourth up on the outside. Dream on Me Baby is fifth, outward from the rail, nearly 5 from the front, joined by Feisty Bird to the inside. Gap of 3 more back of that pair. Gran Rojo trails into the far turn. 23.5 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Can Imagine leading Winging Ways by a length, who now starts to change lanes to the outside. Smart Call far outside, and Samson Lee, who's in between horses, 3 lengths off the lead. Feisty Bird comes up the rail into fifth. Still 4 from the front as they turn for home. Dream on Me Baby still 5 from the front. Can Imagine a 3-length lead at the 8th pole. Smart Call in a tussle for second right now with Winging Ways. Dream on Me Baby comes up the rail to challenge that pair, but this is well behind Can Imagine. Now they're bearing down. Smart Call from the outside goes up into second, but here's the wire. Can Imagine James Graham by 2. It was Smart Call up for second. Around Dream on Me Baby in third, and Winging Ways fourth.
Can Imagine gets to the front and keeps on going. The gray son of Can the Man for Teddy King and Candy Baker.
Yeah, this horse had a troubled trip coming out of the starting gate last time out, and that definitely was not the case here today. Love this ride by James Graham, getting the victory and taking the field gate to wire. It does look like an easy win in the end. It does appear that the 10 Smart Call does get up for second, the 9 unofficially in the third.
Photo for place. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's third. 9, Can Imagine first. 10, Smart Call second. 5, Dream on Me Baby third. 3, Winging Ways. was fourth, 7, Samson Lee fifth, 9-10-5, 3-7, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, now the official winner of race 3, 9, Can Imagine. Owned by Teddy King and Candy Baker, trained by Jimmy Baker, James Graham, the jockey. Can Imagine, the 3-year-old son of Can the Man out of Carlisle's Touch by Carlisle Bay. Winner bred in Kentucky by Teddy King. 6 furlongs, fast main track, 1 minute 11.74 seconds. 9-10, 5-3-7, the official results for Keeneland's third race. There will be a carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot for the next eligible race of $4,738. Race 4 upcoming, double, pick 3, and also start of the late pick 5. Main track is fast, turf listed good today. Race 4 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. No changes in this fourth event. Looking ahead to race 5. Carryover for that Super High 5 jackpot, $4,738 in today's fifth race. Turf is listed good. Contrary to the program, rail is at 10 feet. Take out the also eligibles 9 and 10. She's a deal and stripping did not draw in. Sixth race. Scratch the 10 Morgan. Scratch the 13 Atlanta. Scratch the 14 Whispering Pines. Again, scratch the 10 Morgan. Scratch 13 Atlanta. Scratch 14 Whispering Pines. A reminder, number 15, Honorable Memory, draws into the race. Seventh race, scratch the 1, Steph's Full of Sugar. Again, scratch 1, Steph's Full of Sugar. Overweight, the 4, Lexi on the Move, the jockey 1 pound over. Eighth and final race, scratch the 1, Rockaberry, and scratch the 10, No Nay Now. Again, scratch 1, Rockaberry, and scratch 10, No Nay Now.
Race 4 is coming up next. Horses are in the paddock getting ready here to kick off the late pick 5 sequence. And this race, 1.16 miles on the main track for this first level allowance race. And we're looking at my top pick at 5-1. That's the number 2, Rhea Monk, for trainer Rudy Brisset, Tyler Gaffalione in the irons. And this is a mare who's done several things in the past couple of starts. She's tried to go long on the turf, she's tried sprinting on the dirt, and she's gone long on the main track as well at Churchill Downs over the course of the summer. I actually think, although she has run well in her last 2 races on the turf, I think she's actually best at 1.16 miles on the main track. If you go back to her race in May at Churchill Downs, it was her best race on form from a figure standpoint. She was forwardly placed. She was on the lead that day, and she unfortunately faded to finish second, but she finished second at 32-1, and that was against a filly by the name of Envoutante. Envoutante finished third in the Grade 1 Ashland. She also recently won the Remington Park Oaks in September, so that was a quality allowance field that she ran against, and I'm hoping for an aggressive ride once again. As Tyler Gaffalione was aboard her that day, he's back aboard her today, so I think this strategy might be similar. So I'm willing to go for her at a bit of a price at 5-1. Now, the filly to beat is for sure the 6 Market Rumor. I think Ian Wilkes has done a fine job with this filly and placing her in the right spots, especially her last race. She's now black type. She was second in the Weber City Miss at Laurel Park last time out. She ran well. She outran her odds. In fact, she was 15-1 in that race, and she almost beat Grand Cru Class, who is an undefeated filly. She's 3 for 3, and she was a heavy favorite in there as well. So she looks like an improving type, but she has been well spotted against straight 3-year-olds. Now, when you get to this time of the season, 3-year-olds going against older competition is really not that big of a deal. It's kind of a level playing field at this point. But I just wonder if some of these other fillies and mares could just have a little bit of an advantage on her. On top of that, I don't know what kind of trip she's going to get. I know it's a shorter field. It's only 6 horses. But sometimes she's been unlucky in terms of the pace, especially her last race when Grand Cru Class just went wire to wire. So we'll see what kind of trip she can get from the outside, but she is the class of the race and I think must be respected in that late pick 5. And then finally, the 5 Glamour Girl. She totally turned it around last time out. She finally got her victory and her 10th career start. Now, she had been close before in the past, and she'd faced good horses like Paris Lights, including her race 3 starts back. Did she just find an easy field and get the victory, or did the light bulb click? We'll see, but she did beat a filly in that last race by the name of Villanelle, who did come back to win a maiden special weight here at Keeneland for trainer Brad Cox. So that race did turn out to be at least a little bit productive from a next out winning standpoint. So the 5 Glamour Girl, we'll see if she can go back-to-back on form after it took her quite some time to finally break through at that maiden level. But I'm on the 2 Rhea Monk here. You have to respect the favorite as this race does kick off that pick 5. We are 17 minutes out from this nice allowance race, race 4.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race to Brookdale. An allowance for fillies and mares age 3 and up, a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Double pick 3 and also start of the late pick 5. No changes in this fourth event. Post time at 7 minutes.
Seven minutes away from race number 4, which begins the late pick 5. And there is a look at my top selection and currently the even money favorite. That is Market Rumor, the daughter of a Fleet Alex, who has won here at Keeneland in her only other start. She ran a very good second last time out against Stakes Company in the Weber City Miss Stakes at Laurel Park, second to the even money favorite who went wire to wire in that race at Laurel at the beginning of September. She looks lovely out there, the 3-year-old filly by a Fleet Alex. She is a good-looking filly for sure, so has the course form, has that recent stakes black type placing, and that all adds up to sitting now at 1-2 as the money is starting to come in later here on her as we're still 6 minutes away. The number 2 horse, Rhea Monk, is my second choice. She's 5-1 right now for Rudy Brisset, a mare by Painter, whose last 2 races came on turf. She's run some good races on dirt. I think that you've got to lean on her recent form as she makes her Keeneland dirt debut. She looks lovely out there as well as she gets ready for her warm-up and is in the midst of it right now, getting set for her 15th career start. And then finally, Glamour Girl. She really is a good-looking filly. I think there's no pun intended when it comes to her name, the daughter of Tonalist, a Keeneland graduate from the 2017 November sale. She was a winner last time out over Villanelle, who was a nice Brad Cox, Ellen J. Foxwood filly that we saw break her maiden just a few days back on the 8th of October. So Glamour Girl, a beautiful filly. We'll see if the light bulb stays on as it took her 10 starts to break her maiden. We'll find out here in a matter of 5 minutes. She's a big price, 12-1. That might be one of the bigger surprises as far as odds on the afternoon is the price of the 5. That is just too big. She will outrun those odds for sure here in 5 minutes. Again, race number 4 does start the late pick 5 here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate and are moving into line for race 4, the Brookdale, start of the late pick 5. First wire, they are at the post. Roth. Storm at Sea, Heiress 2, there's Sally O'Brien down to the inside, and Rhea Monk, one lane off the rail in between horses to press the issue as well. Sally O'Brien moves up from that inside starting spot and has the early lead heading into the first turn. Rhea Monk will go second. Heiress 2 wide around the turn in the third position. Followed by Glamour Girl in fourth. Storm at Sea is now fifth in between horses at the back. And Market Rumor, 3 wide around the turn. Last heading off the first turn and onto the backstretch, 5 lengths off the lead. Opening quarter went in 23.64 seconds. Sally O'Brien, the leader. Rhea Monk is second. A half length separate the top 2. Heiress 2, third up on the far outside. Glamour Girl is fourth down toward the inside. Market Rumor next. And Storm at Sea is last midpoint of the backstretch with Sally O'Brien still leading. Sally O'Brien got the opening half mile, 48.05 seconds. Rhea Monk is still there in second, still a half length between the top 2, and Heiress 2 going to be wide again to the far turn, still third, now inching forward, a closer third, trying to join the front pair. Glamour Girl is next in the fourth position with Market Rumor, fifth on her outside, still 3.5 lengths off the lead. Storm at Sea is last. They come for the quarter pole. Rhea Monk ahead in front. Sally O'Brien still right there to the inside. Heiress 2 is third up on the far outside as Sally O'Brien now drops back. Market Rumor goes to fourth. Storm at Sea swings wide in fifth. They turn for home. Here's Heiress 2 to challenge Rhea Monk for the lead. Market Rumor still 3 lengths away, as well as Storm at Sea. Into the final furlong. Heiress 2 the leader. Heiress 2 by 2 lengths. Heiress 2 by 3 lengths. Heiress 2 with Storm at Sea going to second. Heiress 2 wins it for Ricardo Santana Jr. Storm at Sea was home second. And then further back it was Market Rumor in third and Rhea Monk in fourth.
S2 takes race number 4 here at Keeneland. The daughter of Malibu Moon sitting a nice trip, and what a job by Arnold Delacour and his team to get this filly ready off of this lengthy layoff. As for the favorite, Gabby, I think the outside draw was what ultimately cost her coming away from the starting gate.
Yeah, and also the pace scenario. It just did not come back to her. She's a filly that's kind of dependent on the pace, and that did not come to fruition here today. But well done, Arnaud Delacour, getting this filly fit off of the layoff since March of last year. 3-4-6 unofficially, and a 6-1 price on top here for the fourth.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race. 3, Heiress 2 was first. 4, Storm at Sea second. 6, Market Rumor third. 2, Rhea Monk fourth. 3-4-6-2, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth, the Brookdale, the unofficial winner, number 3, Eris 2, owned by Beverly Anderson and Ed Seltzer, trained by Arno Delacour. Ricardo Santana Jr., the jockey. Eris 2, a 4-year-old Malibu Moon filly out of It's True Love by Yes It's True, a homebred for Anderson and Seltzer, mile and a 16th in 1 minute 45.18 seconds. Fourth race, results official. 3-4-6-2, the official results for Keeneland's fourth. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 4. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $4,738. Rail is at 10 feet. The turf is listed good. Scratch the 9 and the 10. She's a deal and stripping. Sixth race. Scratch the 10 Morgan. Scratch 13 Atlanta. Scratch 14 Whispering Pines. A reminder, number 15, Honorable Memory, draws into the race. Seventh race, scratch the 1, Steph's Full of Sugar. Number 1, Steph's Full of Sugar, scratched. Overweight 4, Lexi on the move. The jockey, 1 pound over. Eighth and final race, scratch the 1, Rockaberry. Scratch the 10, No Nay Now. Again, scratch the 1, Rockaberry. And scratch the 10, No Nay Now.
Race number 5 presents a big opportunity from a handicapping and wagering perspective moving forward through the remainder of the card, because this race does start the pick 4. Late pick 4 begins in 19 minutes, and what a good sequence that we have in front of us. We will start it with race 5, which is a maiden allowance race on the turf course at 1 mile. Fillies and mares 3 and up, and the favorite is the first-time starter for Brad Cox. That's the 4, who I'm not going to have in the top 3. I'm going to go to the 5-horse Will Take Charge Rue, the Brian Lynch filly who has not raced in 6 months. She put together a strong effort in her turf debut, which was back on the 11th of April off of a sprint debut on dirt. Clearly the move forward came due to the routing as well as the move over to the grass course. So we'll see how she fares here today off of the 6-month layoff. That's the biggest question mark surrounding this filly, is the length between these last 2 races, or what will be her last 2 races for her. She sits right now at 5-2. The 6 rearranged for Vicky Oliver is my second choice, Daughter of Speightstown, who sprinted at Kentucky Downs, gets back to a route, back to a mile, the distance and setups that have been best for her as far as back to a conventional situation versus the 6.5 at Kentucky Downs. She is 5-1 right now, a bit of an overlay from the morning line due to the action that the 4 is taking in here. And then finally, the number 2 horse will round them out for me, Palamos, for Andrew Stone and Graham Motion. Very nicely bred filly. She's from the stakes-winning mare Quishy, who was 3rd in a stake here at Keeneland. She won the Waya. She ran in the Breeders' Cup filly and mare turf in 2013. And we talked about it this morning on Today at Keeneland, Gabby. This filly is a full sister to the stakes runner Mississippi, who Graham Motion trains as well. So nice pedigree, and not surprised that she's down to 5-2 right now as she gets ready for her debut.
Yeah, when I was looking at this race, Scott, I really thought that the first-time starters have maybe a better look than some of the horses who have already started so far. So that's why I landed with the 4 Santa Guapa. I went 4-2 for the exacta. The 4 Santa Guapa, she's a 3-year-old filly by Empire Maker, and she's a half-sister to Florida Mar, who actually won first time out and was grade 1 placed as a 2-year-old. She was also a graded stakes winner, albeit on the dirt. So I do find it interesting that she shows up here, but Brad Cox probably just wanted to get, a long-distance race into her. Apparently, she's been working very forwardly in the morning as well, and even working in company with Spa City, who we will see later on this week for trainer Brad Cox. He just acquired that horse from Karen McLaughlin. I'm familiar with that horse, who ran down in South Florida over the winter and actually even competed in the Tampa Bay Derby. So all good things. This really looks good in the paddock. She's just been kind of irritable the entire time. As soon as she walked in, she had her ears pinned back. She just did not look happy. It looked like something was irritating her. So hopefully when she gets out to the track, she can settle down a bit. But she doesn't look like a happy customer in the paddock right now. The number 2, Palamos, that first-time starter by Blame, as Scott mentioned, a full sister to Mississippi, who won the Glens Falls at Saratoga, but also finished second in the Grade 1 Flower Bowl last year to the likes of Sister Charlie. So the pedigree is definitely there, and I love her physically. She's not the biggest looking filly, but she is very athletic, and she is very defined. She looks ready and fit to go today, and she also looks very dappled. So she looks like a happy, healthy first-time starter coming out of the Graham Motion barn. So definitely some positive remarks for the 2 Palamos, who is definitely minding her manners in the paddock as well. And then of the horses who have experience, I prefer the 6 Rearrange. But my concern is that some of these first-time starters have a good look to them, and is this an easier field or a tougher field than what she's been facing at the maiden special weight level as of late? I thought it might have come up tougher, but I do really like how she looks in the paddock. As they say, she's shiny as a copper penny. She looks great here today. Will she finally break through? I will say I'm not crazy about the race that she comes out of. I know some horses, they really like Kentucky Downs, and some horses don't like Kentucky Downs. So you can give her a pass for that. But for a horse that could potentially be a short price in this race, and look, she's 5-1 on the board right now. We'll see how the odds change as we get closer to post time. It's something to consider as she goes into this race, which I think is pretty tough. But I will use her in the top 3. I think you have to respect her when you're playing the late pick 4 sequence, which starts now. Looking at the late pick 4 sequence, maybe have coverage with the way I played it was with the 2 first-time starters in here, the 2 and the 4, as well as the other 2 fillies who I think have the best form in the 5 and the 6. It gets tougher as you go on, especially in the last leg. So maybe you can consolidate the ticket in between this race and the last race. But I really did like the sequence today in the late pick 4, and I think it could pay nicely if you get to the very end. We are 14 minutes out from race 5 again, kicking off the pick 4. Good luck if you're playing.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fifth race. The bets, maiden special weight fillies and mares age 3 and up. 1 mile over the turf listed good. The rail is set at 10 feet today. Scratch 9 and 10, She's a Deal and Stripping. Double, pick 3 and start of the late pick 4. Carry over for the Super High 5 jackpot, $4,738. Post time in 7 minutes.
Field is warming up on track here to kick off the late pick 4. Race 5 is up next, and we are taking a closer look at some pretty nice turf fillies here. This race, a mile on the turf course, and the 2 Palamos. She is on the board right now at 3-1. A first-time starter for trainer Graham Motion, a 3-year-old filly by Blame. And I just really like how she looks. I like how she's acting. I think just given her conformation and her physical build, it just looks like she's meant to do this, to go a distance of ground on the turf. She's also dappled. She looks happy. When I was watching her in the post-parade, she had her ears forward, focusing on the task at hand. And again, she's not overly big, but she is very athletic. So all good things. That I really do like the 2 Palamos. I would have to give her, an A+ here in terms of her presence and her physical appearance on track today. The number 4 Santa Guapa will transition to the first-time starter for trainer Brad Cox. And I asked him because she was a little feisty in the paddock. She just did not look very happy, but she seemed to have turned things around now that she's on track and getting a decent warm-up. And Scott, Brad was saying that the mare was really bad. She was a bad actor, and he said that she's actually been pretty good for the most part. Sometimes that empire maker comes out of her and you can't really trust her all the time, but she does look like she's much happier on track than she was in the paddock.
And that's one of the benefits that you have when you've got a trainer that is familiar with the family and has trained sons and daughters and obviously mothers in this situation. So good information there. Let's just quickly touch on the number 5 horse, Take Charge Row. Brian Lynch telling me that with this filly, after her last race, she was a bit immature. She had some sore shins, so that's why they stopped on her and let her grow up, and they really feel that she could be a nice one. So like the conversation that I had with Brian, they expected her to move forward in the fashion in which she did in that last race, and he expects a nice tracking trip. He'd like to settle just off the pace with this filly. So at 2-1, as she comes in with some late money taking over that favorites role, watch out for Take Charge Row here in race number 5.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Bets. Start of the late pick 4. They are at the post. They're off. There goes Santa Guapa out for the early lead. Here is Pretty Plum up on the outside. Pretty Plum, Santa Guapa go for the top spot heading into the first turn as Take Charge Row is going to slide down toward the rail in third. Rearrange is fourth up on the outside. Princesa Blanca fifth down toward the rail around the turn. And then Palamos, Queen Louise, and Demora at the back. Santa Guapa is the early leader. Santa Guapa is on top by a length and a half. The opening quarter went in 23.07 seconds. Santa Guapa now leads by 2. And there's Pretty Plum, second on the outside, second by only a head. Take Charge Row, close up third. Then a gap of just over 3 more lengths to Rearrange, who's fourth by a length. Princesa Blanca, fifth by a neck. Palamos comes next. Then 2 more lengths to the trailers, who now start to catch up. Queen Louise and Demora. First half mile in 47.43 seconds. It is Santa Guapa, the leader. Santa Guapa by a length and a half. Pretty Plum is second on the outside by just a neck. Take Charge Row is still there in third. Gap of 2. Rearrange is fourth. Gap of 2 more back to Palamos in fifth. Princesa Blanca, Demora, Queen Louise at the back, just over a quarter mile out. Santa Guapa, 3-length lead off the far turn. Pretty Plum is second by a half length. Take Charge Row to the inside. There's Rearrange moving by to the outside. Rearrange now goes towards second. Still 3 lengths off the lead in the final furlong of Santa Guapa. Santa Guapa by 3.5 to Rearrange, who's second and neck. Take Charge Row tries to respond, now regains second, but still behind Santa Guapa by 2 lengths. Santa Guapa, Take Charge Row running late. Santa Guapa, Florent Giroux to win it. Take Charge Row was a closing second, and then Rearrange and Palamos.
Taking it to him early, Santa Guapa on debut goes off at odds of 3-1 as her price drifted from the initial win wagering on her when we first checked in with these fillies down in the paddock. And a nice runner-up finish from Take Charge Row, nice comeback race, but couldn't get to the eventual winner, the first-time starter, Santa Guapa.
Yeah, she was good today. She was quick out of the gate, and you can see the number 5, Take Charge Row. She was more forwardly placed today than she was last time out, but still a touch green as she was swishing her tail coming down the stretch. But a good return performance from her 4, 5, 6 unofficially here in the 5th.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race: 4 Santa Guapa first, 5 Take Charge Row was second, 6 Rearrange was third, 2 Palamos was fourth, 1 Princesa Blanca fifth. 4, 5, 6, 2, 1 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, the official winner of the bets, 4 Santa Guapa. Owned and also bred by Don Alberto of Carlos Heller, trained by Brad Cox, the jockey, Florent Giroux. Santa Guapa, 3-year-old filly by Empire Maker, out of Sacristy by Pulpit. Bred in Kentucky, 1 mile over the turf listed good, 1 minute 34.54 seconds. 4, 5, 6, 2, 1, the official results for Keeneland's fifth. Early pick 5 pays on 5 of 5, consolation 4 of 5. Race 6 is upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $5,206. Scratch the 10 Morgan. Scratch 13 Atlanta. Scratch 14 Whispering Pines. A reminder, number 15, Honorable Memory, draws into the race. 7th event, scratch the 1, Steph's Full of Sugar. Again, scratch 1, Steph's Full of Sugar. Overweight, the 4, Lexi on the Move, the jockey, 1 pound over. 8th race, scratch the 1, Rockaberry. Scratch the 10, No Nay Now. Again, scratch 1, Rockaberry, and scratch 10, No Nay Now. Icatero and Xavion. What a battle to start the week at Keeneland. Xavion puts ahead in front. Icatero tries to fight back, but Xavion is moving on by for the lead and for the win. Xavion, Tyler Gaffalione aboard for the victory. Into the final furlong. Double Oaked is still far back fourth. Panterita is fifth. It is Folly, chased by Lady McKenzie up the inside. Folly a short lead. Folly wins at Declan Cannon, 3/4 of a length. Dream on Me Baby comes up the rail to challenge that pair, but this is well behind Can Imagine. Now they're bearing down. Smart Call from the outside goes up into second, but here's the wire. Can Imagine, James Graham by 2. Into the final furlong, Eris 2 the leader. Eris 2 by 2 lengths. Eris 2 by 3 lengths. Eris 2 with Storm at Sea going to second. Eris 2 wins it for Ricardo Santana Jr. Rearrange now goes towards second. Still 3 lengths off the lead in the final furlong of Santa Guapa. Santa Guapa by 3.5 to Rearrange, who's second and neck. Take Charge Road tries to respond. Now regains second, but still behind Santa Guapa by 2 lengths. Santa Guapa, Take Charge Road running late. Santa Guapa, Florent Giroux to win it.
Race number 6 gives you the final pick 3 opportunity of the afternoon here today at Keeneland Racecourse, and it's being played as a 2-horse race. And I don't think that this is surprising whatsoever in taking a look at the tote board right now. I'm going to give the advantage to Movie Moxie over the favorite Davima based on post position draw in this 6.5 furlong run. We've talked about this ad nauseum over the course of these days of racing here at Keeneland in this fall meet, how often it seems that these top runners or horses that are expected to be favorites and expected to run big races get hung down on the inside in these rail draws, especially in the sprint races, and you have to be so sharp and be aggressive from there to overcome that, and that's what Davima is going to have to do. While Movie Moxie gets the luxury of being 2 off the rail, and if Davima doesn't break sharp, then she should get the jump on her and have a nice trip from the outside, or if the 1 is aggressive, she can lay off of her and make a run at her. So Movie Moxie's a filly that's been the favorite in each of her 3 starts. She was the odds-on choice last time out at Churchill, just run down late in that spot. She ran second to a nice filly of Stone Street Stables and Paleo Flag during the summer meet back on July 9th. So she's yet to win, but she's yet to run a bad race, and I don't expect that trend to reverse course, especially in this group here today, race number 6. Davima is the second choice, though, for me. She was beaten by Lady Rocket, who won here on the 9th of October during this fall meet. This is a filly by Union Rags for Peter Brandt, who's had just such top runners here over the last several seasons as he's just continued to invest into the game of thoroughbred horse racing. She comes off of that good sprint race. We'll see what she can do. I mean, if she does not break sharp, she didn't exactly break sharp last time out sprinting at Saratoga, she's going to be having to play catch-up in this spot. at odds of 8-5. It's not an ideal situation to be in if you break slow from an inside post, or slow anywhere for that matter, but it's worse when you're down on the inside. And then I'll go to the 8-horse. Here comes Josie as the third play. She's 10-1 right now for trainer Brendan Walsh, a filly by Flatter, a Keeneland November sales graduate from 2017, $120,000. She's by Flatter, as mentioned, but she's a half to the stakes winner, Maximus Mischief, the son of Ince Mischief, who now stands at Spendthrift Farm. So this is a pedigree play on this filly. Gabby, as she gets set for her debut, she comes in with a series of strong workouts, especially the gate workouts in a half a mile. So 3, 1, and then down to the 8 as my third play in race 6.
And he was an attractive-looking horse. I'm glad you mentioned this horse here in the paddock, Scott, because I was going to include her after my top 3 because she is a beautiful-looking filly, and I just love her demeanor. I will talk more about her on trackside, that first-time starter coming out of the Brendan Walsh barn. But I did go to the one Davima. I just think she's the best here. Look, her first 2 races, she won a distance of ground, and she just couldn't quite get the job done. But I liked how on the turn back and the switch and surface last time out, she at least was able to rate from off of the pace and show an interest late. Now, how will that play out from the rail? Today, I don't know. I think Tyler Gaffalione will have to navigate and get the job done. But she, to me, is the class of the field. Not only did she finish second to in front 2 starts back on the turf, who would come back to win an allowance, but also Lady Rocket, who Scott mentioned. She won at Keeneland in an allowance race, and the figure came up very fast. A 93 buyer speed figure for Lady Rocket and a 92 buyer speed figure for the runner-up performer for Wayne Catalano. So I think she faced a really good group. I'm not saying that this is not a good group, but I thought that last race at Saratoga, that maiden special weight, was a touch better. The 5-horse, Fast Chica, is a long shot I'll throw into the mix here. I just think she could really turn things around for trainer Steve Asmussen. She comes in off of a freshening since July at Belmont, in which she was interested in the middle part of the race and then just completely folded. But since then, she looks like she's been working a bit better in the mornings. She has a recent gate drill at Ellis Park, too. So I just thought she was an interesting sort to throw into the mix and try to beef up those exotic wagers like the exactas and trifectas in here. And then the 3 Movie Moxie. She was in the thick of it in a pretty fast pace last time out at 6 furlongs at Churchill Town. She pressed the fast pace, and then she was defeated by a Juddmonte horse in On Treat that day. She was the beaten favorite, but you can't give her a hard time for that race, just how the pace played out. And I do think she has the upper hand here. She's kind of posted towards the inside, but she's not on the rail, and she has speed. I think we'll see an aggressive ride from Florent Giroux to maybe get her forwardly placed, or at least on the lead here today at the 6.5 furlong distance. And she is the biggest threat, in my opinion, to the 3-2 favorite, the number 1 Dovima. We'll take a closer look at these fillies when they're warming up on track and check back in with them after the post parade. But we are 11 minutes out to kick off the final pick 3 of the day.
Horses are on the track for Keeneland 6th. The Woods Edge, maiden special weight fillies and mares age 3 and up. 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch 10, Morgan. Scratch 13, Atlanta. And scratch 14, Whispering Pines. A reminder, number 15, Honorable Memory, draws into the race. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Carryover for the super high 5 jackpot of $5,206. Post time coming up in 6 minutes.
Maiden special weight coming up next for these 3-year-old fillies, and we'll start the conversation with the one Dovima, who is your 8-5 favorite on the rail today for trainer Chad Brown and owner Peter Brandt. And I was observing her in the post parade, and she just was not having it with the pony, Scott. It just seems like a very high energy type of horse. Finally, once they got through the post parade, she broke off away from the pony, and she was tugging. She was a little ranked there for a second under Tyler Gaffleone, but now she looks like she has flipped the switch. She's got her ears forward. She looks much more professional, much more happy right now. But I like to see that energy going, especially at this distance. She's a filly that started off going a distance of ground on the turf, but she certainly looks, from a physical standpoint and also a mental standpoint, that sprinting on the dirt is just fine.
Yeah, we'll see how she handles this inside post. That's the biggest thing that she's going to have to overcome in order to win this race in 4 minutes. Let's go over to the 2-horse Motown Girl for trainer Brett Calhoun. I asked him about how she is away from the starting gate. He said she's just slow. She gets in her own way. She just has been tardy each and every time. And he says that she's a bit of a head case at times, and she needs the repetition, the racing. So we'll see how she fares here today. Certainly, you would hope that she can move forward, but it sounds like races on down the line are what we should be keying our interest in on as far as Motown Girl is concerned. But she is a sprinty-looking filly at odds of 11-1, the daughter of Uncle Mo.
I think it also helps that Gabe Saez is back aboard her here today. He was aboard her last time out. So sometimes that experience on a horse that's slow out of the gate can help them take that step forward. We'll see if she can do that. But the 8, here comes Josie, a horse that you mentioned in your top 3, Scott, in the paddock. And I was looking at her in the paddock, and I just really liked her presence. She's a big filly. You can see her in comparison to the pony that she's next to. I wonder if she is cranked and ready to go today because she's so large, but she definitely is a beautiful looking filly for Brendan Walsh.
And she's getting sneaky play. I mean, 7-1 right now. Certainly she's not going to contend for favoritism, and it was always going to be between the 1 and the 3 for the wagering, but she's getting some play to make her think she could be live here in just 2 minutes.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Woods Edge. They are at the post. They're off. Awkward beginning for Here Comes Josie. There goes Dawdle. Dawdle out running for the early lead. Honorable Memory from the far outside comes away running in the second position. Chewy Good is third. Fast Chica between horses in fourth. Dovima toward the inside is fifth. Ballot Initiative sixth up on the outside. Movie Moxie in seventh. Motown Girl is eighth down toward the rail. April in Paris is ninth. Here Comes Josie moves up a couple of spots from the back of the pack into 10th, into some traffic into the far turn. Innovate is 11th. Runaway Mom last of the 12. Dawdle and Honorable Memory go 1-2 into the far turn. 22 .82 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Chewy, good. Third up on the outside, Dovima is fourth down toward the inside, 3 lengths off the lead. Gap of nearly 3 more. Back to Movie Moxie in fifth position. Motown Girl is sixth. Ballot Initiative a wide seventh. Still 8 lengths off the lead. Honorable Memory has the lead off the far turn. Chewy, good. Then Dovima. Dovima looks for running room, changing lanes in between horses. Doddle still fighting on toward the inside. Movie Moxie runs late down the far outside. Dovima, Movie Moxie, Dovima, Movie Moxie, bearing down on Honorable Memory. Dovima, Movie Moxie on her outside. Movie Moxie ahead in front. Movie Moxie for Florent Giroux's second win on the card. Dovima home second. Honorable Memory was across the line in third.
Movie Moxie for Susan and Jim Hill, the Keeneland graduate, the daughter of Street Sense, puts it all together here today, going 6.5 furlongs, and she had to dig in because she was in a battle with the favorite Dovima late.
Exactly, and Dovima, really no excuses. She was beaten fairly and squarely today as she got a nice patient trip towards the inside, ground-saving trip, and in the end, Movie Moxie just absolutely outfinished her coming down the stretch, and this was kind of a new deal for Movie Moxie. She closed from pretty far out of it, and she's been known to sit a closer trip in the past, so a big performance from the top two finishers, 3-1-15, 59-1, the third place finisher, unofficially in the sixth.
Photo for fourth. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's sixth race. 3 Movie Moxie first, 1 Dovima second, 15 Honorable Memory third, 8 Here Comes Josie fourth, and 2 Motown Girl fifth, 3-1-15, 8-2 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's sixth race, the official winner of the Woods Edge, 3 Movie Moxie, owned by Susan and Jim Hill, trained by Eddie Connealy, Florent Giroux, the winning jockey for the second time today. Movie Moxie, a 3-year-old Street Sense filly out of casting director by Bernardini, the winner bred in Kentucky by Bonchance Farm. Keeneland Sales graduate gets the 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 18.53 seconds. Results are official, 3-1-15, 8-2. Official results for Keeneland sixth. Keeneland's featured seventh upcoming starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Scratch the 1, Steph's Full of Sugar. Again, scratch 1, Steph's Full of Sugar. Overweight, the 4, Lexi on the Move, the jockey 1 pound over. Carry over for the Super High Five jackpot, $7,920. Eighth and final race, scratch the 1, Rockaberry. Scratch the 10, No Nay Now. Again, scratch 1, Rockaberry, and scratch 10, No Nay Now.
Race number 7 is our featured event on the afternoon. 2 other than allowance group of sprinting fillies and mares. 6 furlongs is the sprint distance they'll be asked to go. And we're right now taking a look into the saddling stalls at the number 4 horse, Lexi on the Move, for Robertino Diodoro and David Cohen. That's the trainer-jockey combination. This one will be sent out for Highlander Training Center. A daughter of Fast Anna who ran a good third last time out at Churchill Downs after getting the lead at the top of the stretch. She was ultimately beaten by a filly by the name of Fair Maiden, who last year at the age of 2 was third in the Grade 1 Natalma. So running against a nice group of fillies, albeit it was a short group of fillies, only 4 in that race. You still have to respect what she was able to do in that comeback event on the 19th of September. So at 8-5, not surprised she is the favorite right now on the tote board. The number 5 horse is Charming Lady for Tom Amos and Tyler Gaffleone. She had a nice comeback race at Ellis Park after being running into some really good horses back during the early part of this season as she kicked off her career back in late January. She won on debut, then finished in the money in 3 consecutive races, and then was asked to take on Dos Vinos, Palace Avenger, and Club Car. Those are stakes quality fillies. She was put away for a little bit, came back at the end of August, and got the victory at Ellis Park by 3 lengths. So at 6-1, she's one of these horses that she's got the form, she's got the consistency to perhaps maybe take a swing with her as an across-the-board play, a win-play show wager, given the good price that you're getting with Charming Lady. And then finally, CC Valentina will close out my top 3 because I think that she'll be closing, simply put. She's a filly that will be outrun early on. Look for her to make a move late. It's been 9 months. We'll see how she fares here today, but I'd be willing to give her a shot to crack the top 3 with that late running style that she's shown for us. So a good featured event, Gabby, coming up here in a matter of minutes. Does start the late daily double as well.
Yeah, big overlay there. It's a question of whether or not she's fit, but I think definitely worth a shot at 12-1. I ultimately landed on the number 9, Regal Beauty. She is down from her 10-1 morning line to 5-1 right now for trainer Brett Calhoun. Now, she, since being transferred into the Brett Calhoun barn, she tried a mile at Ellis and then once again another mile distance at Ellis. And I from listening to Brett Calhoun on our morning show today at Keeneland, he was really disappointed by that performance 2 starts back. He thought that was the right spot for her. He thought that she should have won. So it was a relief that she finally got back into the winner's circle last time out. Now, he did mention that he's not sure about 6 furlongs, and I'm not sure about 6 furlongs, but judging by her last race, I actually think that she might be better as a rateable sprinter than a distance horse, a 2-turn horse. So I actually like the cutback in distance to 3/4. It's still a question, but I'm willing to take a shot as she is on the board right now at 5-1. I don't know if she's any lower than that. I would be a little bit leery, but I think 5-1 is an okay price on the 9 Regal Beauty, who I think will be okay at the 3/4 distance. The number 4, Lexi on the Move, she's certainly the horse to beat, but Scott mentioned it was only a 4-horse field, and she finished 3rd in that race. She looked like she was making a little bit of a bid after a wide trip, but then she ultimately flattened. She did go against Fair Maiden in that race. Scott mentioned that she is Grade 1 placed. She ran really well in the Natalma. But that's on the turf. That was her dirt debut. So I still don't know how good that race was, and it was a smaller field, and she ultimately finished 3rd in a 4-horse field. So to me, for a horse that's going to be a very short favorite, I want to play devil's advocate and see if we can find other alternatives here. But the connections so far have had a very good meet. Robertino Diodoro with 3 winners last Friday alone, and so far 4 victories at the meet thus far. David Cohen has been a good pilot for Diodoro during the meet as well. And then the 7, Call on Mischief, will be the 3rd selection for me. And Michael Siddams has done a really good job in kind of placing her in these races. And especially, he's gotten a little bit lucky, too, that these races have come off the turf and she's managed to get a victory, especially last time out. That was an easy field. It was a 2 other than allowance, but it was originally carded for the turf. It came off. So she does have to step up to the plate today. This is the toughest race that she has been in quite some time. But she is 5-1. She's a filly that's in form, and she's definitely a sprinter who is quick. If she's, part of the pace at 5.5 furlongs on the main track, going 21-4, 45-1, I think she very well could be the pace setter in here. We will see what the 8 Perfectly Claire, who's posted just to her outside, does in terms of the pace presence. I think that's the only other filly in here that could run with her early. But this is a good race. This is a tough 2 other than allowance race featuring some very nice fillies in here. I ultimately land on the outside, but I thought you could go different ways. And right now the betting public going in one way with the 4, Lexi on the Move as your 9-5 favorite. We are 14 minutes out from the featured event.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland 7th, the Mill Ridge. Featured 7th race, an allowance optional claim for a price of $100,000. Fillies, 3 years of age, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 1, Steph's Full of Sugar. Number 1 is scratched. Overweight, the 4, Lexi on the Move. The jockey 1 pound over. Starts the last of the day is rolling doubles. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $7,920. Post time in 5 minutes.
Featured event race 7 is coming up in 5 minutes, and we'll focus on the number 3, CC Valentina, for trainer Joe Orsino. He gets this filly for the first time today, and we haven't seen her since the mid-January at Tampa. I think if she improves off of those performances, she very well could be a factor, and I was curious to see how she looked as a physical up close. She certainly looks fit enough. I just wonder if she's going to get the right type of trip off of that layoff. But off of the layoff, she looks like she's got definition. She looks like a filly physically that you could get ready off of a long layoff. I have no negative comments in terms of her fitness and her appearance, Scott. I guess it's just a question of whether or not she will take a step forward here today. The 8 Perfectly Clear. You and I did not use this filly in the mix. Is that a mistake? I mean, she just looks fantastic on the track today, and her only disappointing performance was against grade 2 competition against Frank's Roquette, who has been sensational as of late.
I think we may have made a mistake, and I'll admit to you, I was looking at her speed figure numbers, Beyer speed figure numbers, and they weren't as fast as some of these other fillies. And not saying that she can't move forward, but oftentimes I think those get in the way a bit when you're keying off of that, looking at sheets of paper, pieces of paper, versus seeing these horses in person and getting a chance to take them in versus the competition that they're going to be encountering. But Mr. Rigney's racing. He's dealt with some very good runners here over the last few years, and his guy Phil Bauer has had success for him. So I think that this filly certainly is a key contender in here based on all of her races. I mean, like you said, she was just in too deep last time out in the prior S, beaten by Frank's Roquette. So look for a bounce back effort here this afternoon.
And I also wanted to mention the number 9, Regal Beauty. And to me, Scott, she looks like a sprinter. Look at her. She's got a huge shoulder. She's rounded out in her hindquarters. She is a filly that Brett Calhoun did say he was not sure whether or not she'll be most effective sprinting, as many of her races in her career this far have been going longer distances. But from a physical standpoint, and even watching some of her races, I like this cut back to 3/4. So I'm sticking to her at 5-1. Did you have any final thoughts on this race?
Just quickly, Lexi on the Move. I spoke to Diodoro. He said maybe she needed that last race coming down from Saratoga. She's been training well here, so she should run a big one at odds of 2-1.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th and featured race, the Mill Ridge. They are at the post. They're off. There goes Rising Seas from the inside, out for the early lead. Lexi on the move, comes away running in second. Call on Mischief is away third, followed by Perfectly Claire, fourth up on the outside. Here's Charming Lady moving fifth down toward the rail early on. Recoded is alongside her in sixth, and a gap of 2 to CC Valentina and Regal Beauty, who moves up to the outside, 1 spot from last, running 6 lengths off the lead into the far turn. Rising Seas, the leader, 3/4 of a length. Lexi on the move goes second, 22.73 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Gap of 2 lengths. Perfectly Claire is in the third position on the outside by just ahead. Now, Call on Mischief rallies back to the inside to regain third and neck around the far turn. Regal Beauty to the center of the track in fifth, still 6 from the front. Rising Seas is the leader off the turn, leads it by a length and a half. Lexi on the move second. And then Perfectly Claire is third. Regal Beauty fourth up on the outside into the final furlong. Rising Seas chased by Regal Beauty on the outside. Perfectly Claire is there in between horses. Here comes Regal Beauty. Perfectly Claire dives down toward the rail, moving on either side of Rising Seas. Regal Beauty gets up for Brian Hernandez Jr. It was Rising Seas hanging on for second at the wire.
Off the pace, she scores at odds of 9-2. Regal Beauty for Gary and Mary West. That is back-to-back wins under the care of Brett Calhoun for this daughter of Malibu Moon.
I thought we were about to see a major upset when the 2 Rising Seas set the tempo, and I didn't think she was going to stop for a minute at 21-1. But here comes Regal Beauty, really one of the only closers in the race to get the victory here today. We'll be interested to see moving forward if Brett Calhoun stretches her back out in distance or keeps her at a sprint distance. But regardless, they're getting their win picture taken today as she scores at 9-2.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's featured 7th, 9 Regal Beauty 1st, 2 Rising Seas was 2nd, the 8 Perfectly Claire 3rd, 5 Charming Lady was 4th, 4 Lexi on the Move 5th. 92854 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the Mill Ridge, 9 Regal Beauty, owned by Gary and Mary West, trained by Brett Calhoun, Brian Hernandez Jr., the jockey. Regal Beauty, a 3-year-old filly by Malibu Moon, and a book review by Giants Causeway, bred in Kentucky by Gary and Mary West Stables Incorporated. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 11.19 seconds. Results unofficial. Race 7 results are now official. Two winners on the card for Sire Malibu Moon. 92854, the official results for Keeneland's 7th race. Keeneland's 8th and final race upcoming. Scratch the 1, Rockaberry, and scratch the 10, No Nay Now. Again, scratch 1, Rockaberry, and scratch 10, No Nay Now. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $9,400.
Race number 8, the final race on this Wednesday, October 14th card, and we'll round it out with one of the more wide-open races that I promise you'll encounter here this week at Keeneland. It's a maiden $15,000 claimer, 3 and up, 6 furlongs the distance, and there are a couple of scratches in here. Key scratch, the Wesley Ward horse on the outside, which has now made the 6 the favorites in the current win wagering. That is Champers for Paradise Farms and Jeff Lambert, a Bob Hess Jr. colt that was last seen running for 40, going long on the turf course at Churchill Downs. Ran well enough on the main track 2 starts ago in a one-turn mile race at Gulfstream Park as one of the favorites. This is all about the class drop for this colt, and he's got a local workout here at Keeneland Racecourse. Bob Hess Jr., he knows how to spot him. Bob had a winner earlier this meet here at Keeneland during this fall meeting, so that's a positive. And the fact that he gets Tyler Gaffalione, the leading rider right now here at Keeneland, active leading rider at Keeneland, to commit is a positive sign. So at 2-1, my top play in a race that can go any number of ways because of the class-dropping nature of so many of these horses just looking to find the right level. That's the case with Montaigne for Wilby Van Meter, a gelding by Bayern, who was last seen finishing 9th after setting the pace in that race, at least part of the pace for part of that race at Churchill Downs. So the full horse has every right to wake up here today. There he is, the son of Bayern. He's yet to crack the top 3, but this is the least amount of competition that he'll face to date, and that's the case for all of these horses. They are just looking to find the right level and dropping down here to the bottom in doing so with so many of these runners. And then finally, Continental Clash for Dale Romans. First time in for a tag, first time gelding, another horse that has flashed a bit of speed and then tired late in those races. He's run against some good horses over the course of his career, including in his second start. That was the maiden score for Maxfield, who would have then in his next start come over here and take the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. So it's all about class relief for these horses, Gabby. They're going to find themselves in a much better spot because they're just not as fast to horses as what they're accustomed to seeing. And so watch for a wake-up from a number of these horses here today. And I think that the 6 is the one that could do it above all at 5-2.
Yeah, that's the question. Who's going to wake up the most? It's a tough race, for sure. We were talking about this race all throughout the afternoon just because there are a lot of class droppers. There are a lot of horses trying to do the same thing and hoping to get the same results. So I did want to find a horse at a price, and I found that horse with the number 4, Montaigne, as the top selection. And I believe this is Tom Leach's long shot play of the day as well, and we're getting a good price at 9-1. This horse showed speed and faded against much tougher competition last time out. That was at the maiden $50,000 level. And with the post position number 3 now, with the scratch of the 1, I think Corey Lannery will get aggressive with this horse and put him on the lead. He's been aboard him before in the past, 2 starts back at Ellis Park. So I gave him the slight edge over several others. This race is not easy. The 6 Champers you have to respect. Just from the class standpoint alone, Bob Hess Jr. sends him out. He's primarily raced on the turf. He's had 11 starts, and 7 of those starts have come on the turf. So you do have to question whether or not this is also his most effective distance and surface, because obviously there's a reason why he's been racing on the turf for pretty much his entire career. And then finally, the 7 Oak Room is who I round out the top 3 with at 5-1. The 7 Oak Room, second time for trainer Ron McQuett. This horse was involved at least in the early stages of the race and then faded to finish 7th. It's the same race that Montaigne comes out of against It's a Wrap, War Detonator, Rye Humor. So, with that one race underneath of his belt, now second start off of the freshening, maybe we could see this horse be a factor at this particular level at 15,000. But this is not an easy race right now. You can see the bettings all over the map with the 6 Champers as your 5-2 favorite, but also the number 9 Diaz getting some action at 3-1. And we have a couple of horses on the board at 5-1, the 7 and the 8. So I hope that if you are alive in that late pick 4 and the late pick 5 that you have coverage here, because this race is not easy to round out the sequence. We are 15 minutes out from the final race on this Wednesday afternoon. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th and final race, maiden claiming event, 3-year-olds and up. Price of $15,000. 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch 1, Rockaberry. Scratch 10, No Nay Now. 1 Rockaberry and 10 No Nay Now, both scratched. Carryover, Super High Five Jackpot, $9,400. Post time at 7 minutes.
Just 6 minutes away from the 8th and final here today at Keeneland Racecourse. And Gabby, you asked me if at the beginning of the day on today at Keeneland if I would have an epiphany here in race number 8, because it was such a difficult race to sort through and come up with the horses that really stood out, because there is no standout in here. But just coming out here and looking at them, and I told you that it would be that for me most likely, I really thought the 5 looks good out there. First Citizen, and he's a mid-price right now, 7-1, so he's not being completely discounted in here. Watch out for the 5, who's a good price. 7's right now on the board.
Yeah, and with all the chaos, I mean, there are a lot of horses that are dropping in class, coming back to the surface, trying this distance. At least this horse ran an okay effort against similar competition last time out. Sometimes you just have to go with consistency in a race like this, but I would agree with you. From a physical standpoint, in the post-parade, he was one of the better-looking horses here.
And I think you can throw the 8 into that discussion as well from a looks perspective, carrying the West Point Thoroughbred Silks Continental Clash. She is currently sitting as the, third choice, because we've got 2 3-1 shots right now vying for favoritism. That's the 6 and the 9. But Continental Clash, with this massive drop down in class, I mean, you couldn't drop any bigger as far as competition than what this gelding by Tisnow is doing here today.
And it's his second start off of the layoff. He showed speed and faded last time out against much tougher. It is his first time as a gelding. I guess they gelded him, Dale Romans gelded him after his last race. So there are a couple of other changes too. But honestly, Scott, if he repeats what he's been doing, he could be the controlling speed here.
And then finally, Diaz on the outside for the Leblongs and Steve Asmussen. They were always so well turned out. One of the trademarks of the Asmussen operation is the braided mane, and that's in full effect here with Diaz, the offspring of Super Saver, who sits at 3-1.
Probably even like him best, from his presence. He looked like he had good energy here on the track, a decent outside post position. So yeah, from physical standpoint, I probably did prefer him, but I'm glad you had an epiphany because I'm still very lost here.
Yeah, the 5, that was the epiphany. We'll see if it works out. Just looking at the horse, not even referencing or cross-referencing the form, just looking at the 5. That's where I'm going as far as a late change in mind and a late change in play. It would be an across-the-board play for me on the 5, given the price that he sits at right now. Good luck in the 8th and final as we are 3 minutes away.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th and final race. They are at the post. They're off. There goes Montenay in between horses, Dublin Yin's Money and Trumpin' On down to the inside, and Continental Clash up close in the far outside. Trumpin' On moves up the rail, leads it by just a half length. Here comes Continental Clash. Dublin Yin's Money is in between that pair in third position, followed by Montenay, who backs away into the fourth spot behind that front trio. First Citizen goes fifth. Dia sixth up on the far outside. Champers is down to the inside in seventh, running just over 5 lengths off the lead, joined by Oak Room at the back. Opening quarter went in 22.69 seconds. Continental Clash, the leader around the far turn by a length and a half to Trumpin' On in second. Montenay is third, now taking second up on the outside, followed by First Citizen, who's a wide fourth. Dublin Yin's Money is in fifth as they turn for home. Champers is still far back. Here comes Montenay to challenge Continental Clash for the lead. Trumpin' On is third down toward the inside. Then First Citizen is in fourth. And Dias fifth back toward the rail, followed by Oak Room on the far outside. Continental Clash leads it by 2.5 lengths in deep stretch. Back to Montenay in second. Dias up the rail to third. Continental Clash, Joe Talamo to win it. Montenay home second. And then it was Dias across the wire in third. Close for fourth. Either First Citizen or Oak Room for that fourth spot.
As we said, it going into the race is all about finding the horse that fit this level and fit against this group, and certainly Continental Clash did here today as he dropped in for 15 and is able to stop the clock in 1:12 flat.
Yeah, he was fast out of the gate today, and sometimes at this level it's all about confidence when you can secure that front running position, and I think that was the case here with the 8 Continental Clash, taking them gate to wire in the finale.
Photo for fourth. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. Number 8, Continental Clash, was first. 4, Montenay was second. 9, Dias third. 5, First Citizen fourth. And 7, Oak Room fifth. 8, 4, 9, 5, 7, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 8th race, the unofficial winner, number 8, Continental Clash, owned by West Point Thoroughbreds LLC of Terry Finley, owned also by the Albaugh Family Stables LLC of Dennis Albaugh. Trained by Dale Romans, the jockey is Joe Talamo. Continental Clash, a 3-year-old gelded son of Tisnow out of In the Now by Giants Causeway. Bred in Kentucky by Kim Nardelli, Rodney Nardelli, and Tisnow Syndicate. 6 furlongs over the fast main track. 1 minute 12.02 seconds. Eighth race results official, 84957. The official results for Keeneland's eighth race. At Keeneland, the pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. Late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4-5. The Super High 5 jackpot will have a carryover for tomorrow's card, $11,588. With the conclusion of today's Keeneland races, simulcast wagering will be ending and the mutual windows closing. If you plan to wager on any remaining races for today, please do so at this time. And we thank you. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.
The Wednesday 8-race card is in the books here from Keeneland Racecourse, and a good afternoon of racing. Competitive races throughout the entire 8 races, as it was anchored by race number 7. That was today's feature here today at Keeneland Racecourse for the 2 other than level for the Philly Sprinters on the dirt, and that race was taken by Regal Beauty, who was bet down from 10-1 on the morning line, went off at 9-2 for Gary and Mary West and trainer Brett Calhoun. with Brian Hernandez Jr. in the saddle. A daughter of Malibu Moon, who stands at Spendthrift, had 2 wins on the card for the sire Malibu Moon. That was race number 7. Good late pick 5 payoff as well. Over $2,000 returned in that late pick 5 for just a 50-cent wager. Tomorrow we've got the Sycamore Stakes at 1.5 miles on the turf course. Zayed on the outside, an interesting prospect, a horse that has competed against high-level competition over in Europe now with Graham Motion. We look forward to bringing you the entire card right here at Keeneland starting at 1:05 Eastern Time.